world. Let's see whether I'm live or not. I have to check. This is done. We are going live. This I can remove. Twitch, we are live. Here, let's see. Okay, let's see. Yep, live again, and this is also working. Also, let's check the kick. Yeah, this is also working fine. Cool, we are live. And all right, so let me just set up some context. So today's live stream is going to be about PHP and Laravel. I was looking into these two things since a long time, you can say. And I simply wanted to try out PHP, how to build things in PHP. And it's been, I think, 6 years since I last did any PHP. Last time I did it, it was in 2018, 19 or 20 years. I don't quite remember, but that's when it was. So this is what I am going to do today. First, we are going to look into a bunch of things which I was looking into. One was we will install PHP. So I have completely removed Laravel from my system. So I mean, there was a herd system, so I was switching back to WSL. Therefore, I removed everything that was in my Windows. So that's one. So we will be installing our PHP Laravel composer here, and then we will see how we can go from there and up, right? In the PHP, what I want to build is basically an auth application. There will be a simple registration login form. And okay, before we begin, one context. If my laptop starts doing some sort of like a screeching noise, I will stop the stream and I will continue it later. Otherwise, it works. So with that out of the way, I should also mention the same here as well. Okay. I'll stop the stream the moment my laptop starts making a noise. Okay, that's something that I'll do here as well. I'll do the same here as well, and I'll tell here as well. So that's the first and foremost thing that needs to be cleared up. Cool. The reason why it has to be cleared up is precisely because of this laptop issue. Okay, so the idea is to actually try and build, like install the PHP, install the composer, install Laravel, and then start doing things in PHP. Once that is done, then there's another Laravel thing that I wanted to, there's some Laravel learn bootcamp or something. Then follow that and see where it goes. I have my water bottle with me. I have my tea with me. I mean coffee with me, and I have my medicine with me. So hopefully everything goes well. All right, let's begin. So first I'll go inside projects and live. There I will add PHP auth. Go inside and simply open this in my VS Code. Okay. Wait, so all right, no, let's remove the cursor first. Nope, just remove everything. Yeah, yep. Hopefully there's no issue with the VS Code, otherwise we are toast. No, only cursor. Okay, delete. Cool. Delete, delete, delete. Cursor is acting on my PC, on my computer. That's why I don't want to utilize it. While I'm doing it, let's see whether there's somebody who is chatting. Hi, Robin. Great to see you here. Okay. Cool. Yeah, this is something that you guys should be looking into as well. This is something called zero sync, which I am interested in. We'll be looking into it afterwards. Okay, now that we are here, let's try and open the code again. Hopefully this time it's VS Code. Yeah, this time it's VS Code. Cool. So once that is done, I want to manage Copilot settings. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Cool. So first, let's go to, let's also close this. Let's close this as well. It's not like it will help me if there's some noise. Close this as well. And now we are good. Okay, so let's first go to Accelerator. And let me tell you what exactly I am planning to do. Okay, so what I'm planning to do is create a PHP app, right? Two things. First, I'll do two things. One is PHP auth application. That's what I am planning to do, where we will try to replicate simply, I will try to replicate simply that registration and login thing that we built on Next.js. That's one. And then I will try to go with Laravel Bootcamp. So Laravel Bootcamp is free, is what I learned. So Laravel Bootcamp. Where it is? Laravel Boot Taylor. I think there was a okay. Here we are. Laravel Bootcamp. Cool. So this is what I want to do. Of course, we are not going to deploy it because it's not going to be like Vercel, but I can try deploying it on Vercel or Render, and if everything works, then it works. Okay. Cool. So first thing first, need to install PHP because it's not here. So this is a site, php.new. If you hear about any background noise, neglect it. So here we go. This is our site, php.new. Okay. This is a new site called php.new. Here I will select my operating system because I am on Linux WSL. I'll copy this part, paste it right here. The reason why I'm able to trust it is precisely because it is by the by Taylor, right, who is the creator of Laravel. And this is it. So now let's restart my terminal and let's check PHP version. Cool. We are at the latest Composer. That's also good. And maybe also we have Laravel. Yeah, Laravel. Let's see. version 11 or something. Okay, it's a Laravel installer, so maybe Laravel version is different, but that's how easy it is now to install PHP in 2024, along with Composer and Laravel. I remember back in 2018, 2019, we had to first add a repository PPA in Linux by Ondraj, if I'm correct, Ondraj or some guy. Then we had to install the PHP. Then through PHP we had to install the Composer, and then through Composer we have to install the Laravel. So that's extremely good, right? And yeah, so this is done. Okay, now what I want to do in this part, I'll just remove this part and create one more like here. We'll see. So here what I want to do is another one, make it small. Okay, so it's the file structure thing which I am thinking of. So one thing that I want to do is I don't want to, okay, let me just put it like so. Okay, and make it like this. All right, so what I don't want to do is I don't want to have separation of concern like I used to do in PHP back in 2018, 2020. I want no MVP, model view control, MVC scenario, right? I don't want that part, and I want to code in a manner where my business logic, basically my logic view, and one more thing, logic view, you have in React, you have logic, then you have the view in the same part. Yeah, and basically model in the same. So basically it's going back to how old PHP used to work. I just want to see whether that works better for me or not, because previously I wasn't used to this thing. I hated it, but now I want to check whether that is something which is more favorable than that. Now I have worked on React. Okay, so all right, so what I want to do here is any PHP first and foremost starts with index.php, if I remember correctly, right? That's our entry point. And to start this, so I will go inside this live PHP auth, and to start this there has to be some local host server, if I'm correct. PHP start server. Okay, we have a built-in server. All right, let's do that. And rather than doing it this way, I'll do it on 300. Okay, let's see. Yeah, here we go. Cool. So now we are here. Just to check whether it is fine or not, what I'll do is I'll open my PHP. Hello PHP. All right, let's refresh. Here we are. So at least this server is working. So this is my, let's say, entry page, right? What I want is I want to have a public folder, and then I want to have a src folder. Src should be outside. Yeah. And within that src, I want to have another folder called app. And if you have noticed, I'm trying to make it exactly like the Next.js part, which is like, because this is a fun stream, so I'm just trying to do things my way, right? And then each of these each folder within the app. Let's say there is app is going to be our home, so this will be page.php, and then of course not going to do much here. Rather than having page.php, let's start with just index.php, and every single page. So for example, I want, say, have auth page. Within that, I want to have login page, right? So that's two. And within this, I want to have another page called register. That's another one. Let's also have another page called verify. That's going to verify our token. And yeah, that's should do it. And each of them will have index.php, right? To be honest, I have no idea what I'm doing, so I will be taking help a lot throughout this video. Okay, so this is my index page, and what I want to do here is inside, one more thing, inside the src itself, let's also have a components page. Here we will have header.php. Let's also have footer.php, because why not? And then let's also have some sort of like lib. That's where we will have our bunch of helper functions and things like that, right? Cool. So then the idea is, if I have this structure, then when I try to enter into this particular page, it should redirect me to this page and search whatever is written here. So let's start with this. What I'll do here is, let's say this is my root folder. So PHP auth app, right? This is my root folder, and here I'll add h1, and this will be PHP auth app root. Okay, now if I go here, right here, I should see that. So I will also be taking help from ChatGPT a lot, because it's been 4 or 5 years since I last touched this language. Okay, so what I'll do for this is, in my PHP, yeah, let's ask Copilot. I want this file to be the root, no, to be the router which routes each request to their incoming current path in PHP. My root folder, aka home folder, home page, is inside src app index.php. Let's see whether it is capable of doing this or not. Make it like this. Yes. Okay. Okay, let's first accept it and then we'll see what happens. And basically I'm saying, so okay, so PHP by default starts coding in class manner rather than in the functional manner. Okay, no issue. And if I go back and refresh, it says direct access is not permitted, which is not what we wanted. So it kind of like failed. So, but anyways, let's see what it is. It says there's a class router which has a current path. Then in the construct is a constructor. It is assigning that current path with whatever the request URI is, with the PHP URL path. Okay. Then the route, first the route does is trims the current path with this character. Okay. If the path is empty, then we are requiring the directory and going to app index file and returning it. That fair enough. Convert. If the path is not empty, then there is some path. So the file path then becomes whatever it is, this, whatever the path is, and then the PHP. So rather than then just the PHP, it should be index.php, because like this, I'm also doing it like so. So it won't be just path. This is basically going to say if I'm sending about, then it will go to about. So for example, if I am going to say index here, not here, you just go away. If I say auth login, then here if I say auth login, okay, get included file, no, okay, all right, it is giving some error because there I have to add index here. If I add the index, okay, it's not working either. Let's start with the nothing, right? Cool. So PHP, that's one. And what I want here is it should be my current path, whatever the current path is, and this will come from $request URI, right? Let me just console log it. So here, if I remember, it's print R, and that will be current path. Yeah, okay. Okay, URI is not a request, it's not available. So let's check one more thing. Okay, how to know what okay, how to know PHP get incoming URL. Let's start with this. Okay, request URI. So it will be not request, it will be server request URI. Okay, server request URI makes sense. I also have to keep on adding this. Okay, then refresh. It's this. Now if I do it login, then it becomes login. Okay, so now I know that my current path is whatever the server request is. So now I can have a very basic, what I can do is extremely basic switch server. You can say router. If the case is this, then it will be echo page. Then if the case is auth login, it will be a login page. If the case is auth register, then it will be the register page. There should also be case of auth, yeah, forgot password as well. Let's also have case of okay, case of auth logout. Okay, then case of Here we go. This should be it. So now if that is the case, let's see what it is. Okay, this is a login page, and then I can actually go and say register page and so on. Cool. So technically speaking, this one file can actually encapsulate all our code if I just keep on writing here. But what I want to do is, at this point, I simply want to require, so here src app index.php. Not really the best way to actually do things. Fail to open, let's see, php auth index line 7. Okay, so this is string path. uh get I'm not going to do a lot of security things because it's a fun stream. So there we go. Kind of like just putting myself through the process of torture, I guess. Okay. So get the current file path in PHP. Okay. Yeah. Here we go. This is going to be giving me this, then src and so on. So I can just remove this. Now we are back to our PHP root. Now anytime I go here, I should be here. Okay, so that's one. Similarly, I can just start doing the require part. What is this even? Also, I like to open the bracket, but it will tell me that unnecessary parentheses can be removed. So yeah, if I just remove this, see, that will work. Okay, I guess I'll just do it like so. So now it will be src app. This will be my auth login dot index.php. Okay, so that's another one. Now if I check, the idea is whatever my current path is, right? So if I am saying if it's this, then it is becoming this, and whatever the index is. If it is this, then it is becoming the base path, then whatever the index is. So let's also have something called base path, and I'll make it as app, right? Here what I'll do is I'll remove these two, make this as base path, and put it like this, right? Also add slash and then put it like this. Same here, I'll add slash and put it like this. Then if I check, this thing is fine, right? Because this is my current path. So here I can have current path, here I can have current path, and this current path will take up to this part, and then it will become this. So technically now I can just have this thing, whatever it is, I can have this thing. I don't need even these things. I can then just simply have this, right? One thing that I should check now is what it is. strpos string position of current path is not false. Okay, so I am not, will go one by one, hopefully. What I want to check is if this incoming current path, if it is empty, right, then all I need to have is return the index once more, because at least it will be something, right? If it is empty, Most likely it will not be empty, but this should do my thing. Let's go and check this out. So we will also go and check the auth login. Okay. Okay. This is my base path. Okay. Cool. Let's add it like so. Technically speaking, this will work. And yeah, so at least this is a very basic incomplete router, but this kind of like will help us to start coding here. So anytime I have anything that I want, I can just have it here. So let's start with this thing, root folder. And if I have slash, it will always go to the root folder. Sorry. Okay. Then let's start with what I'm going to do next is get the font. So there's a Google font which is called Lexent, if I'm correct, which is something that I started looking into. Okay, this one. I'll get this font. One value, full access. Let's copy this code, paste it at the top, and this is my Lexent unique identifier. So okay, so whatever the unique identifiers, that's what it is trying to add. What I'll do is, should I go with Tailwind or should I go with just okay, let's just start doing it very easy. So index.module dot css, not that it matters, but here we are. So the first thing that I'll do in this is I'll select everything, right? Everything means, so this star selector actually selects every element, and then this thing selects every elements after, this selects every elements before. And here I want to have a font family of first of all system UI, and this is where I'll just make this as well, like so. Okay, the reason why I want the font family to be here in this rather than in specific element is because let's assume that this is my H1 and this is my save button, submit. And I'll remove this thing from here and I'll paste it, say my body, basic CSS, right? I'll paste it here and then I'll just refresh it. Okay, I have to go back here. Let's also include this link, link, and here I'll have index.module.css. Okay. Style sheet. Oh, okay. I think what is happening is when I'm going here, yeah, this will not be existing. Okay, because of that router thing that we did. Yep. Because it is going to add PHP. Okay, makes sense. So let's go back to our router. Here, what is a current path? Okay, so maybe if the current path contains PHP string contains check. How do I check if a string contains a specific word? Okay, str contains. Now with PHP 8 you can do this. Okay, makes sense. So let's start with this HPR contained. Here I'll say if it contains like this CSS, just return. No, then do it like this. So we will go to the base path and whatever the current path is, that should be the case. Let's also do if it contains uh, JS, right? Then also whatever the current path is, because if I am going to do it by index moduling, so every time I am supplying it like so, it should automatically be, becoming the entire path, and this, then this. Okay, now it is working just fine. Let's see. Okay, view source. Okay, now it's working just fine. So for some reason this is not working. So I'm getting my module perfectly fine. Okay, sorry. So this is working fine. I can see my I mean, it is getting, I can see it. Then this is also here, this is also here. Okay, but for some reason this has no font style, even though I have added it in the body. Okay, this is my body. All right. Let's see. So what should be the case? Why it's not happening? Like, I can see this part. Maybe if I just do it like so, here it will contain the CSS. Then this is my base path, and it will then give me the current path. Okay, so I have to supply name, let's say. All right. Yeah. And I have this as, okay. Okay, sorry. There was a background noise. So I'm trying to figure it out why this is not working, because this sheet is being loaded just fine. And so this should be possible. Like, let's check. Like, there's a like send, then this is the entire case. And I think even that is not working, because this is what? This font is Times Roman. Yeah, it's Times New Roman. All right. Okay, let me just check what this is, because not this, print R, like so. This should be print R. Okay, so it is going just fine in the src. All right. Okay, so that's why it's not actually working. So it is going till src, but if I supply index.module.css, it is serving this. Maybe I should remove this module, let's say index.css, and supply this as just this. And here, let's make it as just this. Now it's working. Okay, so module 1 is not the thing. Okay, module 1 is kind of, I was coming from the React memory, no issue. So now it will be working fine. Let me know if there's any background noise. Okay. Okay, so now the reason why I wanted to include that font in everything is because if you check, the font here actually changed, right? It became Lexint, but the font here is still the same. It's a button font which is Arial, right? It's an Arial font. That's why, because there are certain elements which do not, which depends on the user agent. So what I'll do is when I do it here, then even this actually works. See, now this will become, okay, where it is. Okay, let me remove this thing. I think CSS keeps getting cached, so I have to remove this thing. And what I'll do here is disable cache. This is okay. Indicator size from where it is coming. Okay. Fresh. Okay. I can remove this part, no issue. Also, let's add then margin of 0. Add padding of 0. And border sizing of border box. So this is box sizing, not border sizing. Okay, now if I refresh, okay, let's see why this is happening, because every time there should not be any margin whatsoever, so something is getting missed. Okay, I am getting this here only, so this should be the one that is getting passed, but it is not working. Yeah, let me check. I never I think I never understood why devs use Laravel. It just adds too much things that you need to be aware of. Yeah, but I think it's for people who want to build from nothing to develop deployment and have everything in one place. So if you check, if you go to Laravel, not that I use Laravel, that's why you can see me that I'm struggling with the PHP itself. But if you check this thing and this ecosystem, if you check, see it's a lot of things, right? So there's if you check Breeze, if I'm correct, it does something sort of like a add boilerplate auth and things like that out of the box. Then you have some sort of like a cashier, like subscription management in Stripe and Petal. And if you have worked on Stripe subscription management, you know it's a pain. Same with testing, right? Server management and WebSocket, right? Then this is a Redis driven Laravel queue, right? Then you have inertia, which is, I think it's a JS ecosystem thing. Then some sort of like Jetstream, Livewire is also some sort of like a reactive thing. So you have pretty much everything here. Reverb is basically WebSockets. Of course, you need, like, it's too much if you don't know how much it goes into building something which is production ready, but it's actually a good ecosystem. That's why I think what Laravel actually offers. The problem is that it depends on what you like. So for example, I like Next.js DX best because I like to not be indulged in the backend things much. I want to delegate it to SaaS applications, or if I have a backend team, then the backend team should take care of it using Nest.js framework or Express or whatever, or Go for that matter. Okay. But that's my take. It's not like it's a hard and fast rule. As you can see, I'm just struggling to even set up a basic thing here. For some reason, the CSS is not working, even though I have applied it like so. And yeah, also what I'll do is I'll just add this entire thing to header. Right. And I'll add this thing to my footer. Let's just remove this entire thing so that it's remain there. If I'm correct, it will be require I want to require DRR, and this will be my current directory, which is inside app. Then I want to go one up, then go inside components and go and get my header. Same here, I want to do the same for require. Then I'll say go one up, components, footer. Yeah, let's see whether it works or not. Okay, so I am inside the app. Okay, should I do it like this? Yeah, now at least my header will remain the same throughout and my footer will remain the same throughout. What I can do is, in between things, I can have inside my main. So I can also have some sort of like a main.php, let's say, or not this. Maybe I can have, yeah, let's have a main.php. To be honest, I don't know what I'm doing for much, but here what I have to have this, and then I want to simply pass whatever I am getting, right? Now, since I don't have much experience how to do that, I'll just add things here. So it should be like, say, main, and then within the main it will be section, and then here it will be like this. Okay, then I think what I should do is, this thing is not working for some reason within the app, and like the font worked, I think it went back to old one. It's fair enough. So if I do it header, now this is my index and this index is now here. So let's see. I'll just print this out because I need to make this work first before I start building things up. Right, that's one. because okay, not console log, print r. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is not even getting like hit now. View source, go here, let's see. So now I am looking into the index itself because this is my current path index, and I'm trying to look into the index.css. Let's put that thing here. Cool. Okay, we'll figure it out, no issue. Somehow I will be able to figure things out for sure. Okay, so it is going to correct thing. Okay, I don't know why it started working now. Something is getting cached for sure. That's why it is working and then it is not working. It is then working. Okay, that makes sense. So I think I understand what is happening. God. Okay, just remove everything. It's not even going back. Also, this is not fun. Okay. In terms of developer experience, this is like kind of like PHP is still bad, I guess. Out of the box, there's not much thing. Okay, so I am getting the component here. All right. And when I try to okay, and this will not work. Fair enough. Shouldn't this request comes every time? Like if I'm requesting the link, it should be there. Like if I'm trying to invest through links, right? Current path. So if I'm trying to, this is my current path, but it also should be sending a request when this is getting hit. It should be sending a request here, which is /index.css. Okay. So now it is trying to look here when actually it is here. So, okay, if this is the case, so whatever my current path is, I am adding a base path to it. Okay, so that automatically becomes /rc/src and app is automatically there. Then I'm trying to get this, which should work because that's my current path. So like this is giving me just bad things. So yeah, okay, fair enough. Let's do it here. Now I am able to go inside this, which is exactly what I want, right? But for some reason, this is not working. Okay, so what I'll do is maybe, just maybe, this thing can go inside the header as well for now, because we are not building appropriate framework. So let's put it like so. And here, maybe I should have something like, okay, so how do we actually have that part? Let's see. Whatever my base path is, that's where I will be letting the index CSS files available for that particular page. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. If I'm correct, I should be able to do echo that, echo this thing where we are, this right here. I can echo it. Okay, let me just check. Nope. I mean, I am able to do this. It should be with my URL. Okay, so let's check. Get current domain PHP. Okay, so try using this or pass. Okay. Let's do with, so I'm here, it's base path and then current. Maybe I don't need this part. Let's see, because now what it is. Okay, so current path followed by index.css. That's what we want. All right, that makes sense. So if I remove this as well, yeah, this will make sense. Convert to string interpolation. Okay, quick fix. Convert. I don't have it. Okay, let it be like this. What is string interpolation? Let's also check. String interpolation in PHP. How do you do that? Okay. Hmm. Oh, okay. No, I think I got it. Let's remove these things first. Also, we will open it. No issue. Okay. So basically what it is saying, it's make it like so. Like this. I'm correct. You can, oh, okay. I have to escape this. Otherwise it will be, that's weird. Let me just go back, because there's outside one as well. Okay, fair enough. Here we are. So as you can now see that we have this as well as Lexent, because I made this part like so. If I remove it, then it will not be there. So at least this is clear for in my head. Second, what I'll do is I'll make this HTML as font size of 100%. That's another thing. And then make this body as background. We are going everything vanilla here, if you can imagine. And this will be 212121. Okay, this is kind of like black. Here we go. I think the best black is if I go to Tailwind, get started, go to color configuration, where it is here. We can have this as neutral, and just copy this. And then the color, let us start with this. Fair enough, this should work. Okay, this is much better. All right. Is there any other comment? Yeah, cool. So at least this much is done. Pretty sure we'll be running into more issues down the line, but let's start with this first. What I'll have is footer is there and all sort of things are there. So components header, this is my head, this is my body, and this will contain header. The header will contain a container class of div that will contain not this, a link which will go to our home page. That will be, let's say, PHP auth. This should do it. How to stop this thing? Here, Copilot. No, I don't want it to be enabled. No. For some reason, I cannot even enable it. Like disable it. Disable, rename. Let's check how to disable Copilot in VS Code. There's a little Copilot. Turn it off. Okay. Status ready. Blah blah blah. Don't see anything. I think this should do the trick for now. Cool. So now we have this. Then I will have nav that will contain ul. This will be li. Li will have home link. It's a standard basically. So we will have another one of about. Not about. Let's go with the pricing just in case. Otherwise, about is so much. Not like we're doing much here. Then we will have another h1 and let's call it contact. So let's say it's contact. Finally, we will have ul, that will be my login. This will take me to auth login. This is what we are going to do. So login, god damn it. Here also we will have auth register. This will be our start here for start free here, right? And let's see. So this will be our app. Here we go. Let's style these things up. So what I'll do is, technically what I want to do is style it right here. See, the thing is, this will be a because I have added it like so, it will be a current path, and that current path will keep on going back to this src because we have a base path. Okay, and I think the base path should be okay. So this thing right here is base path. So I don't think this will work. What I should be doing now is this index.css. We can have this as, let's say, it's index.css, that's fine, but we also have to have everything here only. Okay, so what I am thinking of doing is let's have a styles folder, and here I'll just drag this thing to styles. This will make our entire style go away. Then in the components, in the header, I don't need this thing at all. Let's see, what is the base path? Okay, this, no, we don't need this. What we will have it is styles, and this will be making much more sense. The current path is no longer required, and we can just remove this thing completely. Now the base path is what will help us do the thing. Okay, style src. Oh, okay, sorry. Let's see. Yeah, now it will work because I am here, and then whatever this request current path is, right here, it will be adding this thing. Okay, so maybe, just maybe, I should just have it like so, that technically what I want is styles and then index.css. If I do it now, okay, it will work. Okay, we'll see why that is, like, because uh, this requires your href only, so that's why it's not working. Let me have my medicine first. This is going extremely bad. Like, it's not going smooth at all. Switching the language to PHP was a mistake, I guess. I mean, trying PHP was a mistake. Maybe when I start trying the Laravel, it will be much better. Because this experience is just bad. Most likely because I have no idea how PHP actually works, and I have lost a lot of uh, okay. So now here I have a container and I have a header. So let's style the header. There will be a header. Within that, I will have a container. And in case you don't know, there's a nested class that can actually be utilized now in CSS. One fundamental problem will be that it will be not easy to find where the CSS is if you're writing CSS, which we are trying to do. So for example, even though I have write it like this, my browser, so let's see, within that I have this, right? Okay, so let's say I want to style this logo, right? I can have a class of logo here, which I can say class is of logo, right? And here I can also have h, where I can say text decoration is none first. Disable Copilot in VS Code completely. Is there quickly disable? No. How can I disable Copilot in VS Code? It's just shit. Complete shit show. So extension, okay. Show extension. Oh, okay. So it's an extension, right? Let me just uninstall the crap. Yeah, sorry. Don't like it. It's getting too much in a way. Okay, so now that I have the logo, right? Let's have a font size of 18 pixel, right? Now this will be like what? So technically, if I can calculate 18 by 16 pixel, that should be what I would like, but I don't think that's how it works. Cal C CSS to get the rem unit size. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Okay. So I will have. Okay, so it's saying that it will automatically be RAM units. Is it? Nope, not at all. Okay, so this is also bad. I need to have 1.125 RAM. Let's see. At least this is working fine. So now I also should have the color of uh, FA. Let's also have some sort of like a root where I will have my primary is something else. Let's have a background of 0 A 0 A 0 A. Let's have a foreground of uh, FA. Let's have a primary of I think it's color, so you can have color primary. Let's make this as maybe this blue, right? That makes sense. But I think the best thing that actually looks in with black, the best thing is kind of like a reddish color. And yeah, we should be good for now. Okay, so this will be color background, not color foreground. This will be my color background, and this will be color foreground. Yeah, let's see. Here we go. Cool. Now here, what I want is, this is fine. I need a way. Let's see. Should I have a way? Chat GPT. Okay, Chat GPT. Is there a way in CSS to convert pixel to RAM units on the fly using Calc? Yes. How? Okay, so you can actually supply this. let's see, if I do this, I have 18 pixel divided by 16 into 1 rem. Does that make sense? Nope, doesn't work because it is feeling this thing. So it is hallucination is happening here. Avoid repeated calculations at the base font size explicitly. Okay, let me make it. First, let's make it this. Okay, this is not working. Nope, doesn't work. See, that's why I don't like too much of this. I mean, this and this, which is not working, is not different at all. And this will take us to our jobs, by the way, in case you don't know. CSS calc to convert pixel to rem. See, whatever the pixel you want, you have to divide it by 16. The problem is it's not working. Can I do this? Calc 18 divided by 16 doesn't work. Okay, how about 18 pixel divided by 16? Okay, this works at least by 16 pixel into 1. Okay, let's see, maybe I missed the pixel part. So it will be this. Okay, so it's pixel into okay, this is how it will work. So I need to remove this and now it should work. Yep, cool. So this is my logo, right? And then I have, okay, so what I was trying to say is that when I'm writing it like this, and if you check here, you will find that it is able to figure it out whether it's an and condition, a container, and so, right? The thing is, if I have to figure this out where this is, so I will copy this part, right? Let's say copy selector. Let's see where it actually takes me, right? Now, if there are a bunch of logos, I'm not able to do it. But if it depends, it's kind of like a hard thing. So I might copy it like so, right? Then I go here, I will not find anything. But if you check this part out and I go here, okay. Yep, it's also not findable. So that's one of the problem with the CSS that I also always had before the tailwind was there, right? Okay, no issue. Let's go with the nav. So inside the container, I have logo. Then after that, I have nav. Within that nav, I have a bunch of A, which is link. And what I want is their opacity to be at least 0.5, 0.6, right? So that they're all like a little bit of less. Let's make it 0.7. Okay. Also, I'll make the font weight to be 400. All right. That's what I want. And then we also have UL outside nav. So there I will have another A, which is different from this A. And this will be kind of like buttons, right? So what I'll have is, so one will be the inline flex display. Again, it is here. Then I will have what else? So flex direction is always going to be there. Gap, okay, justify sent content should be center. Afterwards I will have, okay, let me just close this thing, open it again. I don't want that thing, please. Okay, now it is working just fine. Yeah. So then align items is going to be center. Then I will have a gap of between the icon. Let's say if I want to give the icon, then I want to have a gap of icon and text to be 1 rem. Best is 8 pixels. So let's go with 0.5 rem, right? And now I can just go and refresh. Here we are. Finally, I will have, it's kind of like a button. So I will need to have a padding of point, let's say it's 12 pixels. So it's 0.75 rem followed by 1 rem. So that's my padding. Yep. And if you check this thing out, this is affecting the entire thing, which is even, yeah, fine. This is affecting even this thing, like these things for some reason. So we'll figure it out why that is happening. Okay, because I am trying to get here. Okay, so that's another issue with normal CSS. The head container will also have a display of, say, flex. Then flex direction should be its row. This will have two things. One, so basically I want this to be at center. So let's go with the justify content space between, right? And align items should be center. Let's see how it actually looks first. Cool. This is fine. Now within this nav, I have another UL. So what I'll do is I'll say UL. Here I'll have display of flex. Then I will have, okay, one more thing. So there's something called normalize CSS, if I'm correct. Normalize CSS. I'll just make this thing in the header before every, just like here. So it should have this. Okay, cool. At least this is normalized. Now also want to remove the decoration from this. So if I'm correct, it had the decoration of none, right? I think it's list item or something. Yep, it's going to be list style of none. Don't want this. Yeah. Also indent, insert inlined end and things like that. We'll see, because if I'm correct, okay, so this is at least fine. Cool. Now also here also I will have display of flex, justify content as space between, item center, align items is item center, refresh, we are good to go. The whole thing requires a padding, which we'll have right here of 1 rem, top and sideways. This is good. This is flex. and this is kind of like flex. So let's go with this as well. And we are doing it like so. Cool. Now let's see why this style is happening here as well. So if I am checking here, I can see that it is trying to figure it out whether this is head, container, UL, and then this. And because this nav thing, right, is kind of like a more specific container, more specific selector, therefore this is first overriding it. And unless and until I don't override things here, that will be the case of A there. So one way of doing thing here is we can have this as class of actions for now, and we can here we can have it as actions, and then if I refresh, this will be fine. Now it only is this thing. So now the gap can be basically 1 rem, and this is good enough. Now here I can have opacity of 0.75. Cool. All right, now here this is my link, which is saying is link. So what I will do here is I will also have a class of login, and this will be, let's say, a class of CTA. Okay, we can have login, and this will be background color will be var of this, border will be 1 pixel solid var of primary. Let's see. Okay, let's select this. This is my login. I have this as this. This will be so. Yep, now it is working fine. And the color here will be var of this. Okay. Primary is not sufficient. Maybe I should have this foreground only. Yeah. Now if I try to hover over it, then this should become background color of the same, maybe primary now. Yep, this is much better. And the color should become this white. In case you don't know, I am not a designer, so if there's any issue, I can't do much. Okay. Here, let's also have register. We will have this as CTA. Okay, let's call it CTA. This will be the same. Let's have this like so, except the background color by default will be primary. Border by default will be primary. Color will be white, so it will be foreground. On hover, it will be the same, except let's have this with the opacity of 100. We can have an opacity here of 95.95. Let's have it as 1. Let's push it. Okay, that's how it is. I think we can do the same here as well, but this should be enough. Also, let's make a gap of here, gap of 1 rem. That makes sense. Login, I think the border is fine, the background color is not required, and this should be my foreground color. Yeah, this is much better. Yeah. Okay. And cool. Now I want to know which particular path I am so that that can be applied a class of active. So here what I'll do is I can say class here is going to be PHP. I can have it like so if I'm correct. This, yeah. So this is a short form for echo if I'm correct, but it used to work. So I'm just putting it like so. And what I'll do is if my current path here equals this, then simply I want to, okay, equals this, then I simply want to have class of active, otherwise I want to have it nothing. And let's go here. What I'll do is I'll go here inside this nav ula. If I have a class of active, all I'm going to do is make the opacity as 1. So now it is working just fine. So I'll just copy this whole thing, paste the same thing here, paste the same thing here. Make sense? Cool. In the app itself, let's have 2 more folders. One is pricing, and I'll have the index.php here, which will be telling me that it is a pricing page. Then I'll also have a contact, which will be having an index.php page, and this will be contact. Okay, let's go to pricing. We have the pricing, we have this contact. All right, so now I should simply have to say pricing, make this part as contact. I think now I'm getting a hang of it. Yeah, cool. So then let's have this part is done. Here is my PHP submission, blah blah blah. So what I'll do is first here I'll have this as say flex1. Okay, till now what we were doing here is that I am defining the classes like so, and it's getting messed up, right? So that's one of the idea, like just do everything the vanilla way and see where it goes, whether that is maintainable or not. But absolutely, it's kind of like fun, little bit of fun, not much. I mean, once I start having it start working things up, then maybe it's quite fun. All right, so here I want to have a main inside this. So because this is a main, what I will do is get lost. What I'll do is I will utilize the cascading part of this entire CSS, right? And I'll make it as main, because I will be adding in each page a main, right? So that's one thing that I will be adding every time. And that main should have a flex of 1, right? I'll tell you why. Because in my body, I want the body to be a flex with a flex direction of column and the height of 100 dbh. That's what I want. Okay. And then I will make this part as like 1. And wherever there is a footer, I want its margin top to be auto. This way, what will happen is that if I have a main, say main, which is here, and if I have a footer which has nothing, but let's add footer, and this is footer, then this footer will always be at the bottom. Okay, so technically what I'm doing is very simple. I'm saying there's a head, and that head is still with the header, right? And then I have a footer which contains footer, and within that I have a body between. I mean, after the header, I'm going to have this thing called main, which will contains pages sections, right? And then I have this footer. So the footer will be having a margin top of auto, and the main will be basically flex. So that's what I'm doing. Okay, now let's start with this. Okay, so technically what here I want is, first it should be container. So let's see, where is the container class? Okay, what we can do with this container class is we can just get it out, right? Because it's a utility thing, so we can get it out like so. We can make this as max width. We can make this as width of 100%, right? Then we can have a media screen as well. Media screen, not source, screen. Okay, forget it. Media screen. Then we will open it. And it will be min width of, what is happening? Min width of 640 pixel, and it will have another container which will have something. So what I'll do is I'll go here in the Tailwind CSS, I'll search for container, and this is what it is, right? So technically every time there's this, I will have it like so. Okay, I'm just going to copy paste this whole thing, right? Paste it here, and this is done. Make it like so. Okay, copy 1 2 3 4. Makes sense. Hopefully it does make sense. So now if my width is this, make it like so. If my width is this, make it like so. If my width is this, make it like so. And if my width is this, yeah, make it like so. Okay, now we can just remove this, and this is the default behavior, which is 100%. One thing that we can also do is have as margin left as auto and margin right as auto, so that it's always centered. Then we don't need this part completely, and technically we also don't need the container itself. We can just be this way only. Yeah, like so. So if I go back here and I refresh, I will have it the exact same thing, except now that if I am coming here, right, what I can have is a class called container, and the moment I have that and refresh, okay, let me just check why this is not getting in between. I have the container, and yep, okay, it's working just fine, but for some reason this is working even better. Okay, there's a padding, of course there's a padding, so we will have a padding of let's say px4. Let's create a utility class, because that's much better approach. Px4, what we want is it to have 0, whatever the auto is. So padding left 1 rem, padding right 1 rem, right? That's what we want. That's what we want here. Let's refresh, and here we are. So let's also do the same to my header. In the container I will have it like so, and in my CSS I don't need, okay, here it is not required. We will have it here. Let's call it this, and let's also have one with top and bottom. Top 1 rem, bottom these things are quite pain in the it's quite a pain, to be honest. Yep, that's why I am using CSS and most people use CSS. So here also let's go with container and px of 4 and make this as py of 4 as well. So this will also work. Cool. So at least this much is fine. In the main, what I'll do is it will be simply start with the heading. Yeah. Okay. Let's start with the heading, and that heading will be anime cards because that's what we built, remember? And this will be, let's say, text. Okay, let's do this. I'll go and change each and every one of the class first because otherwise it will be bad. So here I will have text of Excel, which will be 18 pixel. Then let's see, we are already writing these things as container, things like that, right? Cool. Okay, now start with the text Excel. Whatever we use, we are going to just make it like so. So now where it is, text, where's the calci? Here we are. So we'll make this as like this. We can remove it. Then we will have dot flex, which will be just display of flex. This is the way of writing utility class. So I am just much more like, I work better with this now. So I'm just creating things up. It will be justify center. It will be justify content, which will be center. You will also have justify between, all the Tailwind CSS namings. So this will be space between. Then I have items center. This will be basically as center. Gap 4. This will be gap of 1 rem, like so. So now we can have here, I can have it as flex, items center, justify between, right, what it is, gap of 1, a gap of 4, right? That's what we did. So we can remove this part. Then there's a opacity thing, so we can have opacity 75. That will be opacity of 0.057. And then you can have a bunch of things. Cool. So if I look at this, then I can see that the way of writing CSS this way is quite hectic and it's not even readable, because see what is happening. I have to come here, I have to go here, then here also I'm not, the normal English reading style is from left to right, whereas if I have to read any property in CSS, I have to go vertical, right? Okay, so what I'll do is I'll just go with the Tailwind itself. Here I will have Tailwind CSS, get started, and I'll just paste this script. It says you shouldn't be doing it with some sort of like bunch of other things, you know, like production. Maybe if I am correct, you don't have to get it to production. CSS is designed for development purpose only and not is the best choice for production, but we are not shipping the web app, so I think this should be enough. Okay. So in the head itself, after the style, no, I think it's before the style. Yeah, it's at the top after meta. I will have this. Then I note don't need the CSS and also don't need the CSS either. Then everything will get messed up for sure. Fair enough. Yep. But then we can style things up. So now I will have BG of neutral 950. This should work. And this will be neutral of 50, which is what we wanted. Yep, now it's working. So this will be flex, this will be flex column, h will be dvh, then it will be anti aliased, right? If I'm correct, this is anti aliased, anti font smoothing. Here we go. Let's also make this as this. Okay. Hmm. This then will work. Container will work by default. This will work. This will work as well. This will not work. So what we need to do here is we have to check first. We also don't need these things anymore. So we can remove this, we can remove this, we can remove this, we can remove the container as well. This also can be removed, which is Excel. Yeah, everything here can be removed. Now, okay, so technically we have to make sure this is opacity of 75. If there is nothing, I mean, if this is not the path, otherwise the opacity is 100. That's what we are doing here. So now even this is not required. Here it will be UL actions. Same we will do. Flex, item center, justify. I think this time it's justify between again. So justify between, gap of 4. Yep. Same here. What we are doing here is it will be, class is going to be I'm assuming there can be an icon, so therefore I can have a span here, and let's go to our icon of, say, hero icon. Here I can have, say, login. Okay, it's not available. Let's go with lucid icon. Let's go with this, and here I can have some svg, which is what my icon is, and therefore here I will like to have a flex, gap of 2, items center, justify center, and padding is px of 4, py of 3. Then login will have a border of white and text of white. Okay, border is basically neutral 50 and text is neutral 50. When I hover, it becomes primary and it remains that. So on hover, the BG becomes, let's see, this is color. this one. So it becomes this thing, which is rows 700. So it will be 700. On hover, the border also become rows 700. Border cannot, I didn't style the border, but this should be enough. Now we can remove this part as well. Then the CTA here is basically same here, start for free. So what I'll do is I'll say start for free. This I'll make as uppercase. No, this is fine. Then I'll simply make it as capitalize. It will be inline flex. It will be justify center. It will be gap of 2. It will be yeah, you should also have gap of 2. Okay, that's fine. Then it will be px4 py of 3, meaning I'm just transforming things. So it's basically px4 py 3 bg rows this 700 text neutral 1500. On hover I simply want bg rows let's say 900, and that should do the trick for me. Okay, let's see. If I go here we go. We are making sense. Okay, so when I'm saying border neutral, I also have to add border and border solid so that it actually works. Yep. Also, let's add the rounded here. Same here, a little bit of you can say border radius, which is fine. Now all I need is this is fine, and this is a container which I have completely removed. So now it will be container, which is fine, right? But it will also have flex, and items will be center, and justify will be between. Now if I just refresh, cool, we are back to normal. One thing that I'll do is sign up. So let's go with the register user. For the sign up, I can just have another this thing. Let's copy the maybe this one plus, because we are trying to make it plus. Do we have plus with this here? Here we have plus. Okay, now let's check again. Yeah, this is much better. Now if I go here, okay, we'll see this is my PHP auth, and this is now even better with the anti-aliasing. So now I will have it to be font of bold so that it works. Cool. Rather than PHP auth, we will have anime cards. Let's see, do we have anime card? Okay, so this is what I will have. It will be this followed by anime cards. The reason why I am doing it that symbol is because it reminds me of one character's shirt. You can say this is going to be in center with a gap of 2. This should be enough. Okay, that makes sense. Now of course, like, even though visually it makes sense, right? Now we have the footer at the top. So what I'll do now I'll just remove this thing completely, the header and everything. That's no longer required. This should be it. Then our body is fine. Then we will go to our main, and our main will become a flex of 1. Similarly, our footer will become empty of auto as well. And then we are good. Good. So now in the anime card section, what I'll do is give me some tagline, I guess. So here I will have a tagline with ChatGPT, and let's open the Lucid React again in the icons. I'm building an anime cards project. Give me a heading tagline and subheading tagline for landing page. Right, so that's fine. While that is happening, let's go with the home, and to make this as home, because if we are using things there, let's also use it here as well. So it will be this followed by home. Let's see, does it look good? Yeah, it's fine. Can we select the a I want a little bit of little small one. So if I make this as this, will it work? Okay, I think a view box cannot be removed, but these two can be. Yep, cool. So apart from this, I will have flex. I will also have items center. I will also have justify as center, and I will have gap of 2. This should be good enough. Yes, gap of, let's say, 1. So let's copy this, paste it here and here. Then let's copy this, copy this as well, the pricing, and then this will be my contact, like so. Then finally we will have contact. This will be, let's go with this. Okay, go back. Contact, copy SVG. Here we go. Make this width of 16. Similarly, let's go with price. Currency. Let's have this as okay. Tool. I think somebody is calling me. I might have to go a little bit for a little while. Let's see. Okay, this should be enough. Yep, this is much better. Good old school license. Okay, anime spirits. Even though we are not going to do that, but let's have as a subheading this, and this will be my so-called for Excel. See, the 4 XL thing or 5 XL thing should be, here we go. It will be font bold. Yep. And I'll make this whole thing as items center and make this as center, and then make this gap, we don't know. Okay, HDV, H full. Is it DVH? No. So technically, let's see why that is happening. So I have this as here. Also, we are not looking into any mobile thing. So this is the whole thing. So I have it a container, right? Center. I can remove the DVH part as well. So that's already removed. Let's see. Okay. This is this. So if I say height of 100%, this becomes this. Yeah. So it should be, this should work. This should come at center itself. Oh, right. Had to add the flex. Cool. And flex column. Okay, flex. Right. Everywhere I have put the container now, that also needs MX auto. Yeah, replace it. Okay. So that works. We have this part. Then this part is just CSS. Now I have to do another thing, which is H full. This should work. Yep, now it's working fine. So then I will simply have it as a little bit of this. Cool. I think we also have a display property as well in the tailwind. Let's check display. Not this, height. Forget it. Font size. I need something which is 66 XL or let's say 98 XL, because it's too big of a thing. So yep, this is much better. Followed by this, I will have this as 4 XL, 2 XL. Also make it opacity of 90. 75. Yeah, cool. Much better. Now let's see gradient text. Gradient color stop. Gradient text. Okay, let's see. Tailwind CSS gradient color text. I know it has to be clip, text clip. There should be something, but background clipping and things like that. Yeah. let's go with this because I'm not good at finding the good gradient. So I'll do this. Yep, now we simply have to do clipping. Okay, inline block. Makes sense. Okay, now we have to clip it. Text is transparent. So now the text will become completely gone. Yep, clip, bg clip. So we will say clip text. And here we go. This is much better. We can have from rose to red to say orange, and let's see, that looks bad. To white, okay, to neutral, what about this? Looks bad. Okay, to yellow. Yep, this looks much better. Okay, now that we have this thing with us, we can also have footer. I mean, footer is nothing but it will be just one copyright thing. So copyright and copy, it will be new date. So I'll just open the date, or I'll list like 2025, all rights reserved, and blah. Let's center it. Yeah, this should do it. Good. So at least our landing page is done in PHP. Now I think till this point, for the last 2 hours, we were just messing around with some PHP content and only did the home page. Now when I go to pricing, I want the entire thing to be, reflective there as well. So in PHP, what I might have to do is when I go to pricing, right? So rather than doing this again and again, I should just, maybe if I just do this once here, that will work. Like we can just remove, let it be. So this thing, I can have it like so. At the top, like if I just remove this, add it here, right, and remove this, add it here. Then technically what I'm saying is that I want to go inside src, inside the component, and then this. Same here, src inside the component and then this. So now if I just refresh, so it will be php auth src component, no such file, on line 21. Okay, line 21. So I have my base path, okay, so there's the base path. Here we go, and This, it's trying to go with the current path. Okay, like this is fine. I have this as my base path. Within the app, I have components where I have this. So require is working. Fail to open the stream. Why is it not working? No such file in directory. So I am in this directory, which is PHP auth. Inside that, I am trying to go. Basically, I'm supplying the entire thing, right? From the get-go itself, which is PHP auth right here. Then I have the SRC. Then I have the, okay, so it's kind of going back to app. Let's have base app path, base component path. This will be component. So this will be my component. Let's say this is app. Pretty sure there's a way of doing things way better, but who cares? Okay, at least now it is working fine. And now I have to have this app path, have to have this app path. Let's just copy paste this whole thing. Okay, wait. Components, base component path. Then this is base app path, like so. So now it is saying SRC components. Then inside that there's a component. Okay, remove this part, and here we go. Cool. And these two are now, like opacity is less, and now this is active, the opacity is less. Cool. So then what I'll do is I have this as a main, right? And this contains this thing. So this main is something that should cover this index.php. So maybe, just maybe, I can have like so. I'm closing the PHP there. I'm opening it. I'm closing it from here. Here I'll add this like so. Open it again. Close it again. And open it again. And that's it. So this way, I don't need this main everywhere. It's just section. All right. So at least this is working fine. Let's see. I have this header. Then I have this main, and this main will now be containing the flex one. Let's go. Yep. Cool. Now, this section is the container, which is something that I might, it depends on the pace, so that's fine. So, cool. Let's go and do it like so that we are on a good page, at least in terms of styling. So it will be contact lib should be outside here in the SRC. Here we go, contact, here we are. Cool. Okay, makes sense. Now the login page will have the same thing, except now at this point I will have login. This will not be too much of a big thing. It will be just text to Excel with the font of bold, and this will have full with the text. This much is fine. Let's see. Let's go to login. Login is here. Then I will have a form. That form action, we will see where we have to put it. But the method of this form will be post. Cool. Now, then we will have field set that will contain our label, and that will be, this is us trying to enter, so it will be email. Then input will be of type email, which will be email, email, placeholder, enter your email. Now we are getting back to like just normal PHP or HTML. We will also have after this a span, let's say, which will be kind of like our error span, right? Okay, that will be our error span. Same way we'll have field set. We will have this as password. This will be password. Then it will be input of password. Let's say it's password, password, placeholder of enter your password. Again, some error one. And then finally we will have a button with the type of submit. Type of submit will have, okay, so this type of submit will have login text, and that should be it. Cool. So now let's have it classed. So it will be okay, we also can do something like in the Tailwind CSS get started, a CDN. Here we should be able to have something like yeah, plugins. So now I will have the plugin of forms. Go to my component header at the very top. Where it is, here we are. Add the form, go back, refresh. Our form is here. So now what I'll do is make the class here as flex column, and this will be one below the other. Yep. Items will be start, justify will be start as well, and gap will be say 3. So between the field set the gaps are 3. This thing will have a bottom of say 4. Okay, that makes sense. Now the field set will have the flex of column, again gap of 2, just one is enough. Width of full, let's also have the width here as full. Then here it will be items start, justify start. Let's see how it actually looks. Okay, this I will have as max width of screen SM, because no, let's have max width of 96. Okay, now just have to inspect, not this, inspect. Okay, so make sure that here also let's have it as full. Cool, this is working fine. Now this I'll make this as font of bold. All right, now this part should be full, and this max width should be a part of this thing, like so. Okay, makes it much better. Now we'll do the same here. So copy, paste, copy, paste, and copy, paste. Here we go. Now the button login, this will be basically very simple. It will be row 700, text of neutral 50, followed by px of 4, py of 3, rounded, and here we go. So this is enough for us, which is for our login. So if I remove, yeah, okay. So this is our login. Looks good. After the form, let's also have a kind of like what you can say a paragraph which says already have an account. Then we will have a span. Okay, this will be my so-called span, and this will be now the link which will be going to auth. It will go to register, and this will be register here. Okay, I am doing the login, so don't have an account. Don't have an account, so register here. Okay, so this will be it, like so. And okay, so I will be taking a quick break in a while, but till then let's continue. This is becoming fun. I mean, this is just a little bit of PHP, little bit of like most of them are just JavaScript. I mean CSS. So yeah, so I will have this off top of like this is just styling. So depends on your taste. Make this as full, so it will become here. Cool. This I will make it as font bold. Underline text rows 700. Font bold is not necessary. Yep, this much is much better. Maybe after the underline I can also have decoration, some sort of like an offset, if I'm correct, of yeah, text underline offset. So underline offset of 2, which will have a space between the text and the underline, like so. And let's make this as SM, a little bit less. Cool. So now this is fine. I'll copy the whole thing, go to my registration and go here, right? This will be our sign up. Let's go here. Here we are, sign up. And the only thing we all need here is another field set, which is confirm password. And this will be confirm password, confirm password, and I think I will run into some issues because in JS, in Next.js, it's very easy to manage the state and open show the things. We'll have to do everything of that with JavaScript, so it will be fun. Pretty sure it will be fun. So here we are, and one more thing. Now that I am registering, I will need the name as well. Sorry. Okay, here we go. Name. Here we go. Name. Okay. Why I'm going back and forth there. And here we go. This is our so-called entire thing. So type is going to be text. Okay. That's why. Okay. Makes sense. So we can now do the sign up as well. Okay. Once we have signed up, we need to redirect this person to kind of like what I want is send an email. Then when you click on that email, a verification should happen. I mean, this will become a big one. So let's not do that verify things. Just log in. If the database has access, then we will just do things there. Otherwise, if it does not have access, then we'll see. Okay, so all right. Okay, let me just check how to actually do the database part. So for the database part, can we do the Superbase thing again? Let's see if I have API docs. Okay, we have integration. No, API docs. Okay, makes sense. Can you just go away? Okay, I think this is just JavaScript and Bash. Okay, so let's see. Superbase PHP is available. No. All right. How about Terso PHP? Yep, it's at least this is there. So let's go to our dashboard. Login. Log me in. Cool. So what I'll do is I'll create a new database from here for this. So I have to install with Composer, retrieve, connect, execute, and blah blah blah. Oh boy. Okay. First, I have to check whether I have Terso or not. So let's install with the Terso WSL. Here we go. Let's open this. Go here, install it. So in case you guys don't know what Terso is a kind of like a SQLite database, but on Edge, right? So that's why. It says it cannot open, blah, blah, blah. If you're new to user, sign up. At least this is installed. So what I'll do is I'll run these two things. Terso, okay. Again, open it. Terso version. Yeah. So I'll run Terso auth login with headless, right? I'll have to go here. Let me just put this on like so blank so that I don't know what secret might leak. See, that's why I put it on blank. So there's a entire token that actually happened. It just showed that entire token, which I have to paste here. And now that the token has been pasted, then I can close this window and close this window as well. Okay. Then I can just open this. Cool. I think I anyway showed it, but who cares? Let's see. I'll do the sign up again. Okay, now that is done. So then quick PHP. So there will be TersoDB show. Okay. All right. So it will be torso db show. I should not be having anything. So torso db show, and it will be URL. Okay. Database name. I don't have a database. So let's say list. Nothing is there. Get the database authentication table and blah blah blah. So first thing first, I need to first create a database. Get started. It's done. db create my db. Okay. Torso db create PHP anime cards PHP. Okay, what next? Okay, so this is done. Now interactive shell, information and other things, that's another thing. Now we have show connect to this. Okay, so let's see, torso db shell anime cards PHP, and we will be connecting to database. Cool. And this is my so-called lib SQL. So now I can go to PHP. Okay, let's see if I type quit, then if I say torso db show URL and that thing. Okay, I think it should be just this. Yep. Then db token create. Okay, let's create the token. I'll just remove this for now. What I'll do is create the token. So it's torso db tokens create and followed by my card name, which is torso db token create. I got the token. I'll copy that token, have one of my inside the src itself, not inside the src, outside the src. Let's have an env file, paste it here. We'll make it as so, like this, and my so-called URL is this. Okay, let's have this. Wait, I have to remove the env file. All right, so that part is done. This part is done. Now composer require, let's also do this. Now connect your local or remote database using the libsql connector. Okay, remote only. Then this. Okay. Oh, I should remove this. I should also remove this. I should remove composer lock. Should remove vendor. should remove composer JSON. Yeah, I should go inside PHP live auth and run the same thing again, the composer command. Okay, now I have this. That's fine. So, okay, I can do the local as well. Okay, but let's go with the config. There I will have db.php. There I will, let's say, use lib SQL/database. Not that it is working, if I'm correct. Okay, yeah. And let's say db.new database. This will be okay. So we will have path. Let's call it like anime cards PHP local PHP DB. Then this will be my URL. That will be get env, and this will be torso URL. Then auth token. Yep, get env. This will be torso auth token. And then finally we have sync interval. That will be 100. And then we will have, let's say, connection. It will be db.get. Basically it's a connect. And okay, we now will supply a bunch of query commands and we are just executing the batch. Okay, 1 2 3 4, and then we are fetching the array. If you need to use placeholders, which we need to use, let's say named one, which is much better for me, and that's how it is. When using embedded replicas, you should call sync on the database type to sync your local database with the primary database. Okay. So now this can then be, I think, imported inside my head, if I'm not correct. Maybe not head, here itself. I'll just import it at the top. Dir, this will be my base app path, followed by not base app path. Let's have base config path, which will be src/config. Yep. And let's do this base config path followed by this db.php. Hopefully this will simply run and not give some sort of like an error. And not found. Okay. Okay, let me just check. Somehow if I just have a database, what I want is torso db in PHP without composer. Yeah. Wow, somebody always asks things which you need, right? Okay, so composer JSON file list the dependencies in your example. Okay, same process for that's stupid. So I think composer doesn't work like this for some reason, because it is not working. So if I go to my config db, uh, okay, that's weird. Shouldn't it work already? Like, if I'm using it like this, okay, it is saying from database it's not available. Okay, and database is not existing, so I should see what this is assuming. Okay, install this, I already did. Retrieve this database credentials, already did. Connect to your local or remote database using the libsql connector. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, this does not make sense. Let's see. I think it's only for Laravel then. That's why it is not working. Yep. That use database is only for Laravel. Okay, let's see. Lib connector in vanilla PHP. Hmm. Most of such articles are not never going to go deep into anything. A bunch of definition which nobody cares. If you're actually searching for things, I think it's not required. Um, Consists of multiple libsql databases. Each database is equipped with its own schema and data situated in the primary location, along with the possibly several replica location within its designated group. This setup ensures that a schema and the data are seamlessly copied from the primary location to our replica site in the group. Okay, client SDK. Okay. So I will impersonate this TS in PHP land. So I create using HTTP SDK. SQLite. I think, what is happening? What is this article? Okay, let's see. This is what I was doing. Okay. So is it that I don't need to do this? Hmm. Yeah, I don't have the class. Mm, Composer, vanilla PHP. I think I will not be able to figure this thing out for sure. Let's see. I mean, if this does not work, let's see. If this does not work, then maybe we should have. Do we have Supabase for PHP or not? Not Laravel. Okay. So basically, nobody actually focuses on the base languages anymore. Okay. What about Zata? Mm, PHP. Zata DB PHP. Do we have that? Mhm. What about render? What is the pricing of render? Let's see. We have this. Okay, let's go to dashboard, GitHub. So for some reason, Terso is not working. Can we connect Terso DB to PHP without using Laravel? Uh, will I think it's this only. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. So maybe I should require this. Uh, so in the header itself, not where it is here. Maybe I should require the vendor itself. Require vendor dot terso dot libsql. Yeah, this is not required. So just vendor should be enough. Okay. All right. So I required that part. Hmm. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. Some time. Right. Wait a minute. Okay. So let me just go to. Yes, you can connect a TersoDB database to PHP without using Laravel by using libsql PHP extension, which is underlying technology that allows you to connect. Okay. Uh, where is it? Um, Let me just give it to this, see what it actually gets. Okay. FFI enable is ensure. Okay. So we'll have to check first. Where is PHP? PHP ini. Okay. So cat go to config herd light bin uh, not cat, make it code PHP. Okay, I think I'll just do this. Okay, now I don't have this. Okay, then I have to know how to restart PHP in Ubuntu. Maybe if I just first remove this. Okay, it's not found. Because it's not running, because it's not there. Pretty sure, because we are not using any. It's not available. Okay, I'm pretty sure it's not even there. Which PHP FPM? Yep, it's not there. So no PHP FPM is available with me. So basically I have to reload the php.ini file. Do we have Apache? Apache 2. Nope, that's also not there. Um okay. Okay, if I just do it again, run this thing, it's not available. FFI. I am saving this thing. Okay. Hard light is there. I have heard light PHP installed. How to restart the service? Okay, let's check. That's also not found. Nginx. We don't have anything. How is it even running? Um, Maybe if I just close this and close this, restart it again. Oh, okay, like So for lips equal, I need that. For that, I need that. For that, I need that. Like, I am able to say vendor bin here. Uncaught FFI exception is restricted by FFI enable configuration derivative in vendor. Okay. Okay. So I supplied this to my chat GPT. It said this. Okay. I am not using Apache 2 or Nginx. I'm using local PHP server. What to do now? Okay. Mm-hmm. Don't worry about the background noise. I'm living with people, so yeah. Mm, okay. PHP INI. All right. Open the file in the text editor and search for okay. Okay. Restart the PHP development server. Okay. Restart the built-in server. Did it? It's not working. Okay. Let me just check. What I'll do is I'll restart the server. Loaded configuration file. That's what I actually restarted. If like, yep, this is where I have enabled it. So now it's saying restart the server. Okay, did it. And then it's saying I should go inside the same thing and run this. So let me just copy paste this thing to here. That's not. Hmm. Yeah, it's not working at all. So maybe I don't have this. Let's see. Foreign function interface. PHP external allows you to call function from external libraries. Okay. Open your okay. Sure extension if is equal. It's not commented out. I don't even have this because I think it's very light. I think. Um Unable to load dynamic library FFI lib extension. Okay. So there's the extension folder. So now I need to download FFI PHP extension. if I just do PHP info, hmm, okay, this is making maybe I should have installed not from the new one because it's not working for sure. A lot of things are not working out of the box. Hmm. Let's see where was it? So it's inside lib and PHP. Hmm. Where is FFI? It's not available. Where is PHP? Hmm. Let's go inside this first. Hard bin. Okay, it's just PHP. There's nothing else. It's very light thing. There's no extension either. Okay, let me just check. Um, how to install extension. Hmm. How to install extensions. How to install extensions in PHP. Mm-hmm. Okay. Uh, hmm. That's bad. How to install this PHP Linux. Hmm. Okay, check the PHP info on the loaded configuration line. Grab PHP. Okay, let me just check what is this. So technically I don't have anything installed. It's everything is completely blank. It's the bare bone crap. So PHP dot new is not the way to go about things. Okay, so first thing first, just remove everything from here to the right. I have one. I tried, let's say here. I installed PHP using php.new, but it has no extensions installed. If you installed using it now and it appears you have no installation, will set up the base PHP package. We need to separate install desired system manager by compiling PHP with necessary extension during. List all the currently loaded PHP extension. Okay, it does have SQLite 3. It does not have lib. Lib XML is there. Lib C. Okay. Oh, okay. 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 That's it. Then apt search extension name. Okay, what's the slip SQL PHP lip SQLite PHP extension for torso? Okay, I think this is a community one, which is what is being managed. So manual installation, I have none. Um, wow. Yes, I don't have it. So what it is saying, this person is saying is, I can get it from here, or I can install it using auto installer using this. So let's do this only, since we are doing it in the local, global. Shouldn't do it on global, but here it says, now I have to add this paths to variable. Hmm. Like, I think I should have installed it. Let me just check whether this will work or what. This will work by default now. If I say, like this goes to PHP auth. Now, if I try this something, what was that? Something. This one. Again, it did not work. Okay. But what about here? Yeah, it's not going to work. So what I'll do is I'll just remove this thing. I'll do it like so. It's not found. That's also fine. I'll add this path to my ZSH for now. Source it. Okay, sourced it. Now what? Wow. Even after sourcing, there's nothing here. How bad is PHP's ecosystem in 2024 that a single command is not working? So I got this, then I had this. Hmm. Okay. Export path composer bin dir. Source it. Mm, okay, now I have to check whether I have NTS or TS1. So NTS versus TS version check in PHP. Mm-hmm. Thread safety is disabled. So technically it's NTS. Okay. So let's go with NTS. Use a custom PHP file. Yep. Use a custom PHP extension directory. Uh, that makes sense. Default will drop in the middle of follow the current. Okay. Why am I not able to choose the default one? Okay, let's go with this. Are you sure you want to continue the current version? But you selected default. No. No. Found PHP. इतना connection is not available. Okay, please open and show on the repository. So that is the problem. So let's go. It's already installed. No. So where is XPHP? So now I know where the PHP is. Okay. So where is that extension anyways? Where did it go? Let's install it again. Yes. Yes. No. Use a custom PHP extension directory. Um. Yeah. Okay. All right. I think I'm kind of like stuck at this point. There's no reason to continue, it seems. Everything is kind of like shit show at this point. In terms of PHP, everything is kind of like shit show. What we can do now is, like I'm not able to connect anything. It's okay. Let's see what we can do. Um, how to connect with SQLite database in PHP. That should be possible if I'm correct. So there's a PDO that is available with the SQLite things. So what I'll do is now here, we don't need this. In the DB itself, we can just remove this whole thing. We can have a path to DB. So since our DB is inside the DB, so I'll have a path to my DB file itself in the config. I'll have a DB called anime cards.db. This will be my SQLite table if I'm correct. Yep. And then I can have a DB, which is new PDO. At least the PDO should be available, which is followed by a SQLite path to DB. So that will be anime cards.db. And now if I just call this to here, this is config db.php. I'm calling it PHP auth, but it's not actually. So I'll remove the composer JSON, don't need it. Composer lock, vendor as well. Okay, we are back to normal. So PHP, this works. Let's go back. Let's see. Okay, at least now this works. So technically, if this is working fine, then maybe if I have table plus there, if I have to SQLite, let's call it anime cards local. Yes, SQLite, not here. I will go to Ubuntu. I will have there, I will have a home folder. Let me just figure this out. Where is it? Project live PHP auth src config. There we go. Test connection. Okay, connect. Okay, at least I can have this local, this one. So how long the stream has been? It's been 3 hours. Yeah, I think I'll take half an hour break and then I'll come back. Half an hour should be enough. Then I'll come back. Hopefully there's no noise by then. Otherwise I'll have to cut this part out. So here we go. Quick, and no, I won't be going to sleep. So quick half hour break, 30 minutes. Back at 11, let's say 11:45 p.m. IST. Yep, this should be enough. So just make Hello. Hello. Yeah. So back to it again. Uh, I think we will be able to do the PHP part today, and then we'll try to replicate the same in Laravel, or maybe we can try and give it a speed run and see how good Laravel is. Till now, I'm not liking the PHP experience again. It's the same old PHP experience that it was back in 2020, except the installation. So that happened quickly, but the extension didn't install at all. And yeah, so maybe libsql extension should have come with the php.new. That's one of the observation that I have. Nothing more. Okay, where were we? Okay, we did it. Then we were here. Okay, now we were trying to register. Cool. All right, so new table. Let's title this as users. This is ID serial. I think it's going to be serial only. SQLite. So I'm not much informed about the SQLite, but let's see. There will be here I'll have name. Default is going to be text. Let's have worker. It's not nullable. Default column is going to be it's fine. This is fine. Original position, this is also fine. Who cares? Now I'll have another column which will be my email. This will also be, let's say, text. Maybe I also have this as text. Then I'll have another column which is password. This will be text as well. Is not let's see, not nullable, not nullable, that's fine. Then another column which will be, say, refresh token. Sorry, what I'm doing, I should be taking this out and putting it here. Make it default, whatever the default is, and this will be text. This is fine. Then another column which will be created at, this will be, okay, take it out, make it here. This will be my date time. Make this as default. Then another column, let's say updated at. You know what, I don't want it. It's too much of complexity for now. Save it. Database is locked. Oh boy. So it's not possible to do this in SQLite. What should I do? Okay, let's see what can be done. Maybe when I am creating the DB right here, I should also have some sort of like creation thing as well. So okay, let me just do it. SQLite create table. Here we go. Create table if not exist, schema name or dot table name, okay, as, okay. Okay, I don't want any constraint or anything. Let's go with tutorials point. Pretty sure they are fine. Database name and table name. Okay. So now I have to do the PDO. So let's go with ChatGPT. Hopefully it has the PDO command. PHP PDO cheat sheet. for SQLite. SQLite. Okay, so this is my DCN. Makes sense. Makes sense. Now, okay, there's a try catch, so let's do that as well. Okay, then I can have SQL not exist users, ID integer primary key, name text, email text, password text, refresh token text, followed by created at date time, then execute. SQL. Then not insert. This should be enough for now. Let me just go back. So let's go back. Refresh. Did it happen? Discard. Okay, didn't happen at all. There's no error. Let's see. There's an error. Nope. Favicon is an error. That's another thing. So shouldn't it be like there should be a users table here? Maybe. Nope. Let's check. Hello, what's your problem? Do you need the chat? Why is inside package? Oh, sorry. Sorry. FFI is inside a PHP package. Since PHP 7, you just have to enable it. Yeah, I tried doing the PHP ini PNP not PNP PHP.ini enabling in the thing, but it didn't work for some reason. I don't think he's anymore here, but I think that's the issue with me. I need some sort of like a chat thing which I can regularly see, right? Otherwise, this is going to be a headache. I completely miss the chats. God knows what this is. Okay, so go here, go to start. Shouldn't I be able to see some table? Why I'm not able to see the table? Okay, let's see. I'm creating it and I'm executing it. Let's see whether this is even running or not. Go back, go back, go back. Just refresh. Okay, at least this is running. So no idea what the problem is. Let's see. Hmm. All right, let's do this for this way then. I'll make this a part of this. So I'll do this. Uh, Go here. Just make it like so. Execute. And if this is an error, then make it like this. Let's see. Do we get an error or what? Nope, no error. It should be running just fine. Um, SQLite CLI. Hmm. Okay, CLI. Ubuntu. Mm-hmm. Okay, this should not be null. Not null, not null. Refresh token can be null. We don't need it. Okay, show DB. SQLite show DB. Mm, in terminal using SQLite 3 CLI. Okay, so it should be tables. There's no table that is coming up. So for some reason that is not working at all. This is not working at all. So I'm getting the PDO instance. I am getting this at ETTR mode, exception mode. I'm not getting any failed thing. Then I'm trying to do this. Then I'm executing it and it's not working yet. Hmm. Hmm, hmm, hmm. Okay, this is getting like, okay, so I have this way of doing things like it should work, right? It's a SQLite command. This is my DB, and okay, I think I can try that pragma command here as well. So here I can try this. Okay, copy, paste, fair enough. Then I can try this thing. See what is the issue. At this point, I should have. Oh, I got it. Because there's a try catch block, so this video is not available outside, which means this will not work outside. So, what is the type of this? It's a PDO type, but it is a global variable, it says. Shouldn't it be available here? Check, check, check. Yeah, it is available. What about here? Is it available the same way? Yeah, it is available. So I should be able to do this thing. Let's see. Let's go, let's go. So it is fine. So I am able to get my database just fine, which is PDO query. So I'm preparing this. Maybe I should not prepare it. Maybe I should have uh, hmm, okay. So this PDO is going to be, let's say, query. Then I want to execute it. Um, let's check what this is all about. Statement. Okay, so now that I saw that I was not at all, uh, audible. So what I'll do is I'll just walk you through what I did. So basically, I was going back and forth with my ChatGPT and my code because I am not well versed in PHP at this point. But this is what we did. So we have our own section, right? This is our view part, and this is our business logic part, and we are just putting both of them on the same page like we used to do, but like we do in React. Uh, I don't see this much differently, except this is not how you do it in PHP world. Most of the people who are in the PHP world actually follow model view controller scenario. So that's what it is, right? Also, I wasn't just speaking much anyways, so don't worry about it. I was going back and forth with learning, picking up things from T3 chat, right? And getting my syntax right, getting my, statements right and things like that, and getting the SQLite to work properly. I don't know where I missed the part of that part where maybe it's from the time I came here, but here we are, right? So if something has happened in terms of voice, don't worry, nothing has been missed. Hopefully it's just a silent coder, you can say, because it's night. So now what I'm going to do is I'll explain you what I did here. So in the login itself, right? Because now I want to just do everything without looking at the ChatGPT. Okay. So this is my view for the login, right? And it has two of the fields. One is name and another one is password. So when I want, this is a form action. So basically what happens is in the form action, if you don't supply anything, it actually goes to the same page. If you, but let's supply it. So I want this form action or this form action to be the same route, which is login, right? So that when I submit it, it submits the page on the same URL itself. So now if that is the case, then we will have, let's say, our loading, right? If that is the case, we will have our loading in this particular page. So let me just cancel, go here, login, right? See, you can see the loading here. That's because this PHP is running on both the end. Basically, it's running on the method of get, which is our browser request, and it's going to run on every other thing. What we want to do is make it run this particular code here. We only want it to run when we are in post request. But before that, let's have three associative arrays. So one will be errors, right? Another will be our success, that let's let it be string, and then we will have our data. I'll tell you why. If you are coming from React world, you will know what I'm doing. Also, let's go here and make this as this. Okay, cool. So what we are trying to do is that if it is a success, we will show a success message form level, if it with a green background and things like that. If it's a error, then we will show the form level error message as well, and otherwise we will show granular error message as well. Okay, now data is for preserving the data of these. So if there's one of the field is like bad, the other doesn't go away. So it's the same concept which we have in the next server actions, right, where we are preserving the states and things like that. That's all. So now let's look for the server, and here we will look for request method. So request method. Now that I'm remembering things, it's basically that's how you do it. So basically this server actually contains a request method, which actually if it is equal to post, then this will only run for the post. So now if I do loading, right, and let's refresh, you will see that loading has gone. Cool. Now once this is being submitted, then we are getting certain data from the post, right, underscore this $_post. So that is, we are getting the name, and we are getting it from a set. We have to check whether the post that is coming up, right? Not this. Okay, the post that is coming up has the name key it's in it or not. So basically whether this name is present or not. So right now we are doing the email one. If it is present, then we will say it is underscore post, and here we go. Otherwise this, if I'm correct, like so, right? Now if you check, that's what we did here as well, right? If this is the case, then that is the case. So also we will make this as this should be this bracket, not that bracket. Okay, cool. Then what we have is not, this is not name, this is email. Then what we have is incoming password. Okay, again the same thing, post, this will be password, this name is this password form name, because this is uncontrolled form, this is PHP therefore. And then we will have underscore post, which will have this. Okay, I think this is fine. Now what I'll do is, here only I'll try to escape the HTML special character, right? This is to prevent some sort of, it's basically a sanitization thing. There's other ways as well where you can also sanitize, but this removes all the special characters like scripts and things like that, if I'm correct. Now there's no confirm password. What now what I have to do is, if I need to first of all, let's check whether there is an email or there's a password or not. So what I'll do is I will check whether this email is empty, right? If the email is empty, I will say email is required, and that should be available in the key of email within the error, right? That's what I'm doing. Then if I am going to check if the password is empty, then I'm going to say this should also be, required. Password is required, right? So this is fine. Let's see. That's what I'm doing, right? Now if this is not empty, right, if this is not empty, whether I am still audible or not. If this is not empty, yeah, I'm audible. Thank you. If this is not empty, then data will become email and data will become password. So basically what I'm saying is, if there's a email is error of email, basically if incoming email is not empty, data is stored like this, so that if in case there's a password error like this, at least this is preserved in the data format, right? So now what we'll do is, in the input, in the value, I will do let's say this is going to be PHP, right? And here it will be basically saying if the array keys exist. Here I will say key exist, here I will say email. If this exists within the data, right, then it will be print of data and email, otherwise nothing, right? Cool. Otherwise whatever the value is, it's going to be the same here. Here the password will be basically me saying if it's a value, this will be data, not this, yeah, this will be data. If that is the case, and then we'll print the data with email, and that's it. Cool. Here as well, this will be password, I guess, not email. Okay, so that takes care of this part. This is my error. So here I'll say error is going to be red 700, text will be of SX, right? Basically 12 pixel. If I come back to this part, that's what we are doing, right? Now Yeah, cool. Now here I'll also remove the text rows and make it as just red for now. Okay, so at this point we have to check whether the again array key exists, and that should be email, but this time the new array will be errors. If that is the case, then we are going to say print errors of email. Right, I'll copy this thing, paste it here. This is span, just change this to password. Okay, so whatever the error is going to be here. So now this or this will be here. So let's check this out whether this is working fine or not. So if I just remove this thing, submit it, email is required. If I have this, if I remove this thing, then password is required. If I have both of them, basically if I have neither of them, okay, first I think there's also an issue here. So in the class, let's also make it as neutral 950. Same, I'll add in the input of this password as well, like so. Okay, yeah, continue. Cool. So I need to remove this, and I'll remove this as well. Login. Both of them are now required. So this is the taking care of that error part, which is so easy. If I'm correct, I mean, this is how we do it. This is so it. I mean, I'm kind of like getting it now. It's been like a memory revision. My memory is coming back after 4.5 years. Cool. Memory is coming back, which is good. Now, what I'll do is at this point, right, we can see there's a success and there's that. Now, if I have to proceed, then I have to make sure that my entire array is empty, right? This is empty. And if this is empty, then we can do some sort of like an operation in the database. Otherwise, it's an error, fair and simple. So if you check, if this is empty, then we are doing some operation. Otherwise, it's an error. Okay. So what is the operation we are doing? Well, first of all, we will have to say we'll open the try catch, and it will be the PDO exception, which will be like this and this, right? So here we are just echoing it, so we can just echo it here as well. Also, let's catch if there's another exception, like so. I'll catch it, then I'll just do it like this. If I'm correct, this is going to be an error occurred. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Cool. Now what? So now I have to try something. So this is a login procedure. I have to first get the user, get their password, hash my basically verify my password. Okay, with that particular hash which is coming up. So it's the same procedure which we did in the Next.js auth thing. So okay, so first I will have to have a query execution where it's a select thing. So what I'll do is if it's a select query, then I don't have to prepare it. Let me just check in the config in the DB. Okay, so let's have, okay, cheat sheet, go back to cheat sheet. Okay, select PDO query. Let's see. Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. So it actually does give me the result, which is fine. Okay, so I'll do that. So first is going to be a statement like this. Statement equals PDO. This will prepare the query, and the query will be select star basically email from users where email equals email, right? Let me check once what we did here. Yep, that's what we did. Okay, so this is my named param. Now I will prepare the thing which is bind param. Here I'll bind my email to, like, bind email to email, right? And then I'll simply execute it like so. Okay, so now I need to get things once this is executed. So let's see, it should be this if that is executed. Otherwise, else it will be an error which I have to, give. So if this execute is fine, otherwise this is a server error, which is user not found. User not found. Okay, so that's one. If it executes perfectly, then it will be, let's have a result for it, and that will be fetch entire thing with the PDO of this, and let's then print out the result. Okay, and we'll see what we can do afterwards. Okay, so I will do this and my email, which I remember, login, and I have that. Cool. So now I should also get my password as well. Now I have the password as well, and this is an array with an email and some password, right? Okay, so now if the result is there, then it's a row and ID, email. Okay, it's kind of like saying it's an array of this. Okay, so let's say if the result is there, then um, let's see, I want the DB email to be result email, DB password to be result password. Then I simply want to echo that email DB password. Let's check this out. Cool, that is working fine. So I only needed the password from here. If this is fine, so I can remove this thing. Password is here, which is a hash password. Now what I'll do is I'll say if password verify, here I give the string of the incoming password, and here I give the DB hash password, right? If that is the case, then I will have to write another query. Then it's basically creating the access token and allowing the login to happen. Okay, so let's see how the access token works here. How to generate an access token and store it in the cookie using PHP. So I'll provide this code to this guy. That's one. Also, okay, there is a password verification thing which is happening somewhere. Yeah, Makes sense. So it's input password and that hash password. I don't have to do the scroll to the bottom. Okay, to generate access token is stored in the cookie using PHP. You can follow this step. Generate the access token. You can use a random string or more secure method like bin to x hex. Okay, to generate a token. Set the cookie using the set cookie function. Stores the token in the database. Okay, optional. Okay, makes sense. Okay, so they are generate a secure random token, then cookie name, cookie value, cookie expire, cookie path, secure. Okay, true. Secure we cannot do unless there is it has to be false in the local host. Then we are setting the cookie, then update the user access token here. Okay, so got it. So we are anyways having the refresh token if I'm correct. So if I have this as, yeah, we are having the refresh token. So what I'll do is I need the JWT part itself. Okay, JWT, rather than doing here, create a JWT token instead. Let's see. Okay, again, another problem will be there that anytime there's a library, then it does require setup. It does require the entire thing. So it's not like it's, yeah, it requires setup. So I won't do it. I'll just do with this part itself, bin to hex random bytes. So what I'll do now is going to have my access token, which will be bin to hex, yeah, random bytes, 32. That's one. I'll also have the refresh token, which is the same, and this will be 32 as well. Cool. Once I have these two, then it depends on the cookie. So let's see. The cookie name will be access token. Then cookie value will be access token. Then cookie path will be this. Cookie expire will be whatever the time is into plus, okay, current time plus 30 days. No, not 30 days. It will be 60 seconds into, I think it's 60 into 60, let's say. So it's 60 seconds into 60 minutes. So this is uh, that into 24. Yeah. So 60 into 15 seconds for the access token. Let's make it 60 seconds. That much. And that will be my 3600 followed by 1. This is enough for the cookie expiry time. And cookie path is already there. Cookie secure, okay, cookie secure is going to be false. Like technically it's true. Okay, cookie secure cannot be true in local host, right? Okay. Thank you for all the follows. Speedy 91 Kabal, Wiz, Dev by Med. Sorry, I'm not able to look there. I need to have some setting with the chat where I'm combining the chats of all the three screens and I can just flip flop here and there. here we go, this. So at the top I can also have this. If the server is HTTPS and this is on, then it's secure. Okay, then makes sense. So now I can have this as is secure, and then there's a domain. So they are not setting the domain because if it's an HTTP thing, so let's say true, right? Okay, true. Now set cookie method, I have to add this, takes name value. Okay, so it takes name, it takes value, it then takes expires or some options. Okay, so cookie expire, then it takes string of path. Okay, so path, then it takes domain, which I won't have it, then it takes secure. Okay, so it will be secure, then it takes HTTP only, which will be, yeah. So what about the domain? Yeah, cookie path, yes, domain is empty, makes sense. So that's one. Now I'll do the same with the refresh token. Cookie name, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. Let's make it xx access to cookie value. Here I'll make the same as refresh cookie value, and this will be my refresh token. This will be my refresh token, and this time the time will be 8/4. Okay, let's do it. Second, hours, 24, 30 days. So it's 1 month worth of time, and this is cookie. Okay, so that sets my cookies, everything, and now I have to have another statement prepared, which will be PDO of prepare. This time it will be update table, which is users. Then I have to set the refresh token, and I'll set it to refresh token. Then I'll bind it, bind param, and this will be refresh token, and this will be me saying refresh token. Refresh token, and then I'll simply execute it like so, and that should be it. So now if the execution works, else it will be another error, which will be user cannot be refresh token, users refresh token setup failed. Otherwise here it will be, finally it will be a success message, user created, login successful, user login successful. Okay, so this should be it if I'm correct. Because registration is not logging in, so they have to log in again. What I can do here is, during the registration, once this is success, right, there's also a way to actually redirect if I'm correct. If I'm correct, then it it is what, header with the location to auth login. Don't know. Let's see. So let's go to register. I'll register something. Okay, cannot modify header information. Yeah, there's another thing. Okay, no issue. Let's go to home, login. I'll add my login. Let's also open the inspect and make this as the case. Localhost, I'll delete it. This is Next.js one. And let's see. Select, refresh. Okay, one thing here. I'll make it like this so that it's at least much more visible. So now if I do select from users where email equals my email, okay, okay, SQLite, go here. Select star from users where email equals code string @gmail.com. Here is my entire thing, and if I say give me the email comma refresh token, then I only get the email. Now I should be able to get the refresh token as well. If I log in, like if everything is like working correctly, then I should be able to do that as well. Hopefully. Okay, so let's go and log in. Okay, so it didn't work. Let's check here. No, it worked, but something messed up here. So cannot modify the header information. Okay, let me check what this is. 13 years back. God. Okay. Must before any output is made. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. This should be on set cookie because I have to utilize it somewhere, right? Okay. If I remember correctly, there was one thing that I had to add at the very beginning. Yeah, this buffer thing, output buffering. So there was this thing called OB buffer, OB start, that had an OB flush. Mm, okay, have people given up on PHP in 2024 or what? Let's see, Laracast. Yep, cookie data. Set cookie defines the cookie to be sent along with the rest of the HTTP headers. Like other headers, cookie must be sent before any output from your script. This is a protocol restriction. This requires that you place calls to the function prior to the output, including and tags as well as any white space. Okay. So as the sends output. Okay, thanks to your really full remove echo and everything was fine. And try returning after the cookie was sent. Okay, if it's set cookie data, cookie card data, a bunch of other things. Like, but I'm not even doing the Laravel. That OB start thing I can do, and this should kind of like work. Hmm. Generally, that means you have sent something to client prior to cookie call. Do simple and before set cookie call. Sorry, and before set cookie call add line. Hmm. Okay. So what I'll do here is at the very beginning I'll add that OB start, and then here where I'm setting the cookie I'll add OB clean get clean. Let's see. Oh wow, that completely erased everything. Hmm. This is weird. Uh, let's see. I'm not able to understand what this OB. I think it's a output buffer or something like that. So maybe I should do it like this. Let's see. To GPT. Bombite order mark. Okay. No output. No space. Anywhere else I have space. Let's call it no space. Okay, I am doing a bunch of echoes right here. So let's also do this. Here we go. Here we flush. Then here we go. Also here we flush. God damn it, what has it become? Okay, so this is like both of them are here. Let's first clear them out. I'll try to log in again with the password. It's the same thing. Okay, 45 and 45 here. So it is like trying to clear things up. Hmm. This is kind of like weird. Uh, I mean, this is a protocol, so I'm messing something up. Not working, not working. Somehow something is getting. Uh, if I just refresh it or go to another page, go to login, do it one more time, and then come back here. Okay, so it's not going to work like this for some reason. Mm, okay. Headers. This is normal PHP. Any output will send headers because the body of the HTTP response comes after the headers. Okay. Yeah, I understand. So basically, it's saying that since that body is coming from already, headers are already being sent. Therefore, when I'm trying to send the new header, this is not going to work. In the case of var dump, it's probably dumping so little text doesn't get flushed to the output. Try something. Return, delete cookie. Um, I went to this. Okay, you're looking for this. That's not this. Okay. Um. Hmm. They don't even know. Okay. Somehow I have. There was a way to completely erase this thing, if I'm correct. Um. At the top of the file, you had to do something. And use flush function to delay the output until the HTTP header is modified. Okay, so this is my PHP. There's nothing here. Let's also remove this white space. Okay, it will always have that. Fair enough. Then it goes to my this index PHP, and here it goes to my header. Remove this. Okay, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. This is 46 and 57. Mm, yeah, did that as well. Here we have a doc type tag before we call the set cookie function, which modifies the header. Hmm. Okay. So let this. Okay. So now, doesn't make sense. So I am first of all, I am getting this. I'm getting this. I'm getting this at the top. Okay. Maybe I should not get it on the top. No, it's fine. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine. Then I'm having this as the header. Then this is a footer. This is my login. I have this here. Then at the end, I am sending a space. Okay, let's remove this space as well. Let's also remove the space from here. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Uh, we are on login and this is working just fine. So maybe I can just stop this thing. Okay, how about this? I'll do it at the very top. And then here I'll flush the entire thing. Doesn't make sense. Uh, hmm. Okay, no white space. Yes, there is no white space if I'm correct. So there's no white space here. I mean, these are, but okay. Let me just close this whole thing itself. Is that a problem? When I close it, will it go away? Nope. Um, okay, I guess there's no help. Held a message for reason swearing you can't set cookie after read error message. Uh, read note the error message. Okay, bullshit to learn dev. Read the doc. You cannot read the doc of PHP given how bad the PHP is. PHP doc. It's like what 20 years worth of documentation. You're telling me to read this entire thing one by one in English, where if I just simply go say introduction or a simple tutorial, let's say, if I remember, let's say basic syntax, enumeration, value listing, anywhere, right? This is too much, to be honest. So there's no way that people can actually read this whole thing unless they are actually doing it from the get-go. What? OB flush. See, it actually came from PHP 4, and then you have 12 years worth of discussion, debate, and God knows what. So there's no way you can actually go and, read the entire thing. PHP have. Uh, so can you point me the documentation? Yes, but can you point me to the documentation? So basically, what I'm running into is this thing, and I know what this is the error is. Basically, it's sending some sort of like my page is rendering first, therefore the header is already there. Therefore, I'm not able to set the cookie up, and because it's trying to modify the header again, right? If I'm correct. Now, what I need, however, is I have to modify the header anyways. So in the login, right? I am trying to have a request of post message, and there I have to set the access cookie and I have to set the refresh token, access token and refresh token with the set cookie function, right? If that is the case, how am I like I remember there was one thing that we used to do at the very top. If you just simply add it, this error will not, I mean, this warning will not appear. There was this thing. Yeah, I know. So how should I set the cookie? Okay, set. Okay. Uh, let's assume I set the cookie at the top, but this is dependent on where I'm saying this whole thing is dependent on the access token only when I am actually verified. So only when I am verifying whether the password is correct or not, only then I am setting this thing up. Is there any way to move it for like up? Yes. The request headers and the what is that? Request and response headers, right? Okay. First and foremost, I am just doing the PHP like a beginner way, right? That's one. Laravel I will look into tomorrow, but this is how it is. So basically, I'll start with what I was trying to do. This is my index.php, which takes the current request URI and certain component and base path. It simply loads the DB file. DB file is within this config. Okay, so this is my DB file. Then I'm checking whether this is empty or not. If this is empty, I'm just providing to the base app, which is index.php. Otherwise, some sort of like a haystack thinks that I'm string contains or not, JS and CS file. Not doesn't matter anymore. Then I'm simply requiring the header, and then I have the main file where I'm requiring the current path pages. So whatever the page here is, and then there's a footer. Any issue till this point? Yeah, it's useless because I'm just having fun. So any issue till this point, do you find anything? Yep. So this is my index page where this is just a view. Okay, there's nothing here. Then you have the auth where I'm trying to log in. This is my login, and here I am using the OB start. So somehow, and then basically this is my entire, maybe I should not have this either. So this is my view, right, where I'm writing the little bit of PHP with the forms and things like that. That's what it is. And this form is submitting to the same path because the form action is on the same path, right? And then I am simply getting things up using the request method of post, doing things up, verifying, validating, and sanitizing the things if I am correct. Basically, like if these methods are correct or not, no idea, but this is what the PHP is actually showing, if I remember. Then I'm saying whether the errors are empty or not, and then a bunch of PDO statements to include things. I have to verify whether the incoming password is the same as the DB password, the hash DB password. If that is the case, then I am setting this access token and the refresh token here, right? Like so. Now, this is where the header is getting sent again. So that's why there's a warning there. Okay, PHP work like this. You request, process the request, build the data, build the view, send response. Yes, I know it's the server side thing. So every request will run the entire thing on the server end. It will rebuild the data again and again, and it will send you the response. Okay, your include header is not at the good place. 60 env, you get redirect response. Okay. Include header is not in the good place. Okay. Your include header is not at the root. Okay, where I am including my header, can you point me that? Okay, so line 60. Oh, okay. You're saying this is not required anymore because this is now outputting the value again. So you want the moment I set this thing up, and this is fine. Mm, let's see whether this works or not. Okay, cool. I'll first try again. Okay, it's the same thing. Cannot modify it. So maybe I should not even have this thing. Let's say comment it out. Put it like this. Uh, yeah, it's the same error. Cannot modify the header information. So header information, if I go to the network tab, mm, okay, one more thing that I'm doing is here. I should maybe do it here. Here I can have it somewhere where I'm starting this thing, and then maybe then this might work. Yeah. Okay, you need to call him before. So now your include header. Okay, you need to call him before ob start, just before your template. Ob start just before your template. Okay. So I was doing it at the very top. Was it wrong? Here, right? Oh, okay. You mean that HTML where I'm doing the header part. So in the header, what include header? Yeah, I need to revise it because I was actually working on this 5 6 years back. PHP, a lot of, like, I haven't touched it since last 6 years. So this was an error which I ran into, and there's a line that actually fix this thing. I'm just not remembering it. Last time I worked on PHP was 7.4 or something, 7.1 or something. There is a line which actually fixed this entire thing immediately. Now it works. Cool. Thanks, yaar. 6 years, you don't understand the error. 6 years back, I worked. I didn't touch PHP since last 6 years. I'm working on JavaScript, Golang, and things like that. Error is fine. It's just I understood the error. It's just that where to put that particular thing, I completely forgot. So now it worked. Basically, we had to put this entire thing before the doc type, which you mentioned, at the top. I was trying to make this here also at the very top, but that didn't work. So it required it on the same header file where the first rendering of this is happening, I guess. Now it should be okay. Yeah. So I actually worked on PHP 5.4, if I'm correct, and then PHP 5. I don't know whether 5.5 was there. It was extremely slow, and the framework was Drupal or something like that, 2018 or something. And then PHP 7 was coming back then. So we did basically I went with PHP, like the migration process was there. So that was done, and then only till PHP 7.1 or 7 point something I work, because you cannot work on the latest in production. That was one of the criteria in my company, so never worked on it. And then job switch happened, and I came to JavaScript and never touched PHP after that. So it's been long, 4.5 or 5 years. Yep, a lot of things have changed. Even PHP 8, I think a lot of must have changed, right? So if you check my coding style, forget about the coding style. This is what I'm doing for fun. But if you check the functions that I'm using, most of them are not, new. Or if you check what I'm actually doing in terms of um, where it is, right? A lot of things is not new at all. Like you might be seeing, maybe it's how you do it, but I'm using the same things. I don't know whether this because it's backward compatible, so it's working, I guess. But I don't know whether there's some new methods that came up, some new way of doing things came up, things like that. And second is never worked on the real, vanilla PHP. Either WordPress, Drupal. There was one more, Moodle. Then there was Magento 2. That was crazy. And then there was one more. Uh, Laravel was never worked by me. So that's another thing, I guess. Oh, that is where it is. Where did you find it? This thing. This is creating a table for myself because it's just a query. Anything else which requires a named parameter or any sort of like a parameter, that is actually being prepared by the PDO. So if you check this thing out, which is a login or registration, everything is prepared first, then the parameters are bind. Because if I remember correctly, if I don't do this, then this is like subject to attacks. Therefore, this is required, and then the execution happens. This was like when it is like run to create a database if it does not exist. That's all. Yeah, I installed SQLite because the Terso one didn't work. Terso one was requiring some sort of like a use Laravel use database. So Laravel is something that I will be looking into tomorrow. It's too late at this point. So yeah. Okay. Try catch is not required with PDO. Okay. Uh, but it does have a PDO exception. So that's why I was doing it. Hmm. Okay. Let's see. Should we use try catch with PDO PHP? It does say try catch. Uh, Stack Overflow. When you should prepare and execute using try catch. Okay, this doesn't apply to only PDO exception. The same goes for any exception. Only catch the exception if your code can recover from it and perform some other action instead. Catching exception just to echo or return matters not valid reason your code doesn't recover from the problem. Oh, right. This is an exception. Right. Okay. Error versus exception criteria. Fine. No issue. I guess I got it back. Hmm. Cool. Thanks, bye. Yeah. Thank you for this help. Let's see what I was doing. So at least the login is working. So now maybe I should have some sort of like, so yesterday what I made was this Pokemon card thing. I mean anime card thing. So now let's go to, I'll do the dashboard thing. In the dashboard, let's have an index page. And here, if I am like logging in, so after the login, I want the header location to be dashboard itself. So now let's log in again. It should be dashboard. Yeah, that works. So in the dashboard, again, I need one more thing, which is I'll add here again the same thing. So it's basically create table if not exists. This will be my animes, or let's say cards. And yep, this. So this will be integer primary key name text not null anime. So it's a card name. Let's see, card and anime, two things. Yeah, text not null. Then it will be created at, not like I am going to be using it, but here we go. So that's one. Video exec, do this as well. We will relocate it in the table itself. I will have the tables. So users cards is there now. From cards. Okay. In the dashboard, I'll have a section because this is already there. So section. Here I will have flex column. Justify center. Items start. I think justify can also be start. We'll see. What I want is a form with a search at the top. Then I want the table. Then uh then there's a table, and then there's a create form as well. So there's a form search, there's a create form search. Okay. So one is form, which will take me to dashboard query, and basically it's a search thing, so automatically it will happen. Method is get. It will have nothing but label of search, and here it will be basically, there's a search thing but I never used it. Okay, let's see. Enter your card search. This will be w full and neutral 950. Okay, this is again column w full gap of 1, and this is flex column, gap of 4, w full. Okay. And above this we will have, no, search is not required. Let's see. If you want exceptions for your dev, use set attribute video error exception. Sorry, db load. Okay, no issue, no issue. Um, no, so basically what I'm doing is now I'm just building things up. So basically yesterday I built something in my live stream. Next year's crash course I completed. So there I was trying to do things. Right now I'm just streaming the PHP after 6 years. So it's kind of like a messy memory. Everything is messed up. And the reason why I'm doing it is because I want to compare this experience with the Laravel experience, which I never tried. So it's kind of like saying, okay, here's a PHP which I worked for, I don't know, maybe 18 months for sure, 5 years back, 5 or 6 years back. And then here's a here's a framework which I never worked on. It's also based on PHP. I want to compare the experience between something that I worked on, even though it was a long time back, versus something that I never worked on and it's still here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, makes sense. So wasn't there one MySQL? I mean MySQL command was there, and then there was MySQLi command was there. Yeah, I'll look into it. Basically, the thing is, if I have to learn things, I'll tomorrow I'll try this thing out, Laravel. And if I have to learn things, right, in terms of PHP, then I'll try to learn the Laravel instead. Because if I'm correct, it is PHP, but it is kind of like, how to put it, there's a framework expect to it. Therefore it hides, or it hides a lot of complexity that I'm running into at this point, and makes the experience much more smoother. So if that works for me, then kind of like works for me. The reason why I'm doing this is very simple. uh, yeah, the reason why I'm doing this is quite simple, because I want to build the same thing tomorrow in Laravel, right? And if it works, then it works. So yeah. Okay, at this point, if I just refresh, I have this thing. What I'll do here, I also have to have a container with a mx auto is already there with px of 4. Let's see. Okay, that is fine. Also, I'll have somewhat of rounded here. Okay, so anytime I search thing up here, also I'm not using any jQuery, JavaScript and things like that, which is something that completely missed. Yeah, anyways, so if I search for, say, Goku here, and I search here, then I will have a search field here, right? Cool. So it is not going to be like, anyway, cool. Now I will have a table. The table will have th head, that will have th tr th, not table, th. It will be name. Let's say it will be number, then th of name, then anime. So that's what I want. Yep. And this shall be just this. Then here the t body, I will have tr. It will be td. Let's say 1 td of Goku. Then it will be td of Dragon Ball Z. Okay, cool. Now here I'll add the class of table. Okay, tailwind table, I have to check. Yep. Bye. Thanks for the help. Okay, this will be me saying tailwind CSS, table, table auto. Also have it as full. Cool. Now this is full. Mhm, mhm, mhm. Okay, this is weird. Okay, no issue. That's kind of like fine. Yeah, this should be text left. Yes. Okay, that is much better. Why is it that I'm not able to have some sort of like border or things like that? Hmm. Table CSS, tailwind. Okay, here we go. Now, here in the head itself, okay, so now in the head itself, what I'm doing is just copy pasting this thing. Hopefully, this is not issue. It's a flow byte thing. So now here also, let's just copy paste this thing. And in the body of the tr, we have this. Okay, this is much better than what I discussed there in. Okay, there we go. I mean, in the Next.js, the designs that we did, that was horrible. So this is much better. All right. Let's see. This is it. Let's see. Cool, this is much better. Now I only want this to be have some better width of 100%, and this is fine. So this will be full, right? Empty of, let's call it my of this. All right, and afterwards we will have a form again below the table, below the div, and this time it will be post thing, and this will have a name. Yeah, now it will be the name and the anime, right? Like so. So I will have this. I will also have h2 create a new character. This will be email, not email. This will be like what, anime. And let's make this as anime. What the hell? This will become text. This will become anime. Enter your card anime for now. Refresh. Here we are. Something is messed up. Here it will be text. And then finally we will have our button, which will be same as the login. So I'll just copy the login button. And we'll make this as create and create, right? Cool. And this create a new character, I can have it as to Excel font bold. All right, let's make this even more spacey, and then also make this search label search to Excel Excel font bold. I think LG is fine. And this shall be your autofocus. Sorry. Cool. So that's what it is. Now I have to limit this thing, the form, the field and everything, to max width of SM, screen SM. Yep, this is it. This is it. So now if tomorrow I'll just continue this part in the PHP itself and see where it goes. Uh, so okay, just a final no-brainer. The idea is very simple. From my end, I'm just going to build the same anime card thing in the upcoming things while I create the tutorial for the next year's, which I am very good at. So the next year's part, which I am good at, I don't want to continue that part in, like, I'll continue that part because the tutorial is there. But in the meantime, while my laptop is kind of like not working that well, uh, I'll do this with the same project with, so this is PHP, just vanilla PHP. I will do the same with the Laravel as well. Then I'll do the same with Golang as well, Golang HTMX. Then I'll try to do the same as Angular, Next.js, things like that. So there's one project that I want to build, and then I just want to replicate in different languages so that it's fun, I guess. So that's what it is all about. Okay, this is fine. This is fine. I also should have after the login there's something that is missing here. Then I also should need dashboard, which is here. Also need to deploy Dockerize and things like that. So I guess we will look into these things. And there's a contact, there's a pricing part as well. Tomorrow we will continue this part, and then maybe we should build this. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, tomorrow I'll see you tomorrow. Thank you for watching, and yeah, see you next time. Bye.